Alrighty, and we are live. Hello, welcome back to Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. Yes, it is that time again where we do a case from Phoenix Wright. We're sort of between other series right now. We just finished the Lonesome Guild, and I have yet to decide what I want to do next. So we're gonna do this. We are on what I believe is the final case of the first game. One thing I noticed when I opened this up, there's been updates, and now I have to agree to a privacy policy for some reason involving internet stuff. I'm not sure why exactly I have to agree to a privacy policy for Ace Attorney, but yeah. Anyway, let's get into the case. Let's see. Okay, if I go to the beginning of Rise from the Ashes, will that take me to the intro video? Here we go. Oh dear, it's a knife. Oh no, do I have to solve a double murder? Well. Minna says he's very interested to see how they ported a lot of the stuff we'll see in this case from the DS. Technically, I've already completed the last case of the first game. Case 5 wasn't part of the original Japanese Game Boy Advance release. Ah, okay. Alright. Oh yeah, that's right. At the end of the last case, Maya went off to do, I don't know, medium stuff, I think. Probably, like, sit under a waterfall or something. It's been 2 months since Maya left the office. 2 months without a single trial. I've had offers, but none I took. That is, until the day that girl showed up. That is a very noir intro. Shifty says for a moment he thought Bad Apple would start playing. Excuse me. February 22nd. 10:02 a.m. Wright and Company Law Offices. Hold on. What day was February 22nd? That was last Sunday. Well, not last Sunday, but the last Sunday in February. I could have done it then, and then whatever. Why do I come here to the office every day? It's not like I went to work. There you are, finally. Where have you been? You look kind of like Maya time traveled. Or, yeah. My sister's trial is tomorrow. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. It only matters who you are. The famous defense attorney, Mia Fey. Do I look like a Mia? Oh, you're not Mia Fey, are you? I'm sorry, but Miss Mia Fey no longer works here. So you are the coffee boy? Nobody gives any respect to Phoenix. I'm Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney. Right. Wait! You're the Phoenix Wright? Phoenix Wright from the Edgeworth murder case? Yes, that's correct. It wasn't Edgeworth who was murdered, though. That's a relief, then. You're better than nobody. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now. But you're Phoenix Wright, right? Right. The undefeated defense attorney? Look, I'm not accepting any new cases. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try elsewhere. Please, I'm out of time. But Please, you have to help. It's my sister. Would you give any respect for a guy that works like 3 times a year? I guess it depends on his circumstances, but is a good point. Oh, yeah, he looks like... Yeah, she looks like, Maya. Maya? Could it be? Could what be? Could it be what? But yes, the body language is similar. Okay, I'll hear you out. Really? Thank you so much. My name's Emma Skye. I'm a scientific investigator. Scientific investigator? Hello, Green. What did you miss? This lady showed up to the office and my office and wants me to take her case, or her sister's case. Maya is off doing medium things, so she's not here. Examine. No, I can only examine my room, apparently. CSI? I suspect that might be generous in this setting. Okay, Emma. Emma, was it? So you're a scientific investigator? Yes, that's right. Is something wrong? No, it's just you seem kind of jumpy, or maybe just young? Young? I'll be 16 years old this year. Oh, I see. Wait, only 16? I'm set to be formally assigned to forensics in 3 more years. My work is becoming quite well known. At my age, no less. So, what exactly is your current position, then? Well, legally speaking, I guess you'd call me an 11th grader. Great. But I'm ready to do my job. At my age, no less. I'm guessing that you're the Maya of this case. Great, another future professional in training. What's this about a case? You said the trial's tomorrow? My sister didn't do it. She wouldn't stab someone with a knife. She wouldn't. She'd stab them with something else then? So, it's a murder case. Oh, no, that's Phoenix. So, it's a murder case. I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it. I know she didn't do it. It's a scientific fact. And there's a witness. And there's a witness. Just talk to her. You have to talk to her. Right. I suppose I will. I promised her I'd bring Mia Fey, but... That's interesting. How would she know Mia? So you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up, then? Excuse me? I'm not a child, I'll have you know. Still, it's good to have a goal, albeit a very unusual one. I believe investigation should be done scientifically. Don't you? Yeah. Sure can't fault her for a lack of enthusiasm. This case is handled scientifically. I'm sure my sister's name will be cleared. Your sister? I'm doing research, you know. I'm developing a new scientific method of case investigation. Is it fingerprinting? Or photo evidence? Or perhaps innocent until proven guilty? Because the legal system in this city is not ready for any of those. I'll show you when I'm done. I'm looking forward to it. Guess I should get down to the detention center and talk to her sister. How can she legally hire him? I don't think she's hiring him. I think she's just sort of retrieving him. And then her sister will be the client. My sister asked for Mia specifically. This Mia Fey person was a few years below her in school. So they went to the same school, huh? She always told me to go to Mia if I ever needed a defense attorney. And, well, I need one. Incidentally, Mia is a woman. Now that you mention it, I guess it is more of a woman's name than a man's. She's the opposite of my previous assistant. Oh yeah, so I've got the scientific method in contrast to the psychic medium. But in every other way, she seems to be pretty similar. Well, it's nice of you to help out your, Well, it's nice of you to help your sister out like this. You must be close. Well, actually, when she gets like she is now, I kind of hate her. Huh? But she's my only family. Oh dear, another one of these. Your only family? What about your parents? They died in a car accident when I was little. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Here. Behold my court badge. See this? It's my attorney's badge. Ah, well, I've never seen a real one before. You're the first one who's actually been interested in mine, believe me. Its composition is mostly silver. The gold plating is flaking a bit. She analyzed it, scientifically. There doesn't appear to be any corrosion due to sulfides. I'd give you $50 for it. Sorry, but it's not for sale. Yet. Okay. Does her sister even want Phoenix as a defender? No, she wants Mia. Well, actually, she might want Mia. Seems that, Miss Skye here, the younger Miss Skye, is, taking initiative. Nice, badges. Oh, that's a school uniform under that lab coat, isn't it? She's got potion bottles by the look of it. Alright, to the detention center, where that same guard is still there, unmoving, since the beginning of all of this. I wonder what's wrong with Emma. She got quiet all of a sudden as soon as we arrived. Guard, I thought I told you I didn't want visitors. Sorry, ma'am. It's just your sister. No excuses. What did you not want to raise this year, Oh, dear. It's someone important. Understood, ma'am. What was that about? Oh, dear. Hi, Lana. Funny. I seem to remember specifically telling you not to come here. Perhaps my memory is failing? Look, I didn't want to come here either, okay? But your trial's tomorrow and you still don't have a defense attorney. I'll be the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, Emma. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Hey, how do you know me? Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit. I'm sorry, what exactly is it that you do? She appears to fly planes. My name is Lana. Lana Skye. Do you fly planes, Miss Skye? I'm chief prosecutor for this district. I see. Wait, why does the chief prosecutor have authority over guard salaries? You're a prosecutor? Why are you dressed like you're in the Air Force? Two sisters, one a lawyer. Could this be a coincidence? Emma, Lana, I mean, they're just like... Something wrong, Mr. Wright? Anything new? Smile for the camera. Him again. He's frozen in fear of the frigid Mrs. Lana. I'm feeling a bit chilly myself. Alrighty. Alright. Hello. There's something you should know from the start. Which is... The suspect in this case has confessed to the crime. Huh? Wait, but the suspect is... Me. I did it. Well, Mr. Wright? Well, why don't you begin by telling me exactly what happened? Crime took place yesterday, February 21st at 5:15 p.m. That's quite specific. It was in the witness's deposition. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. My, that was a bit of bad luck, wasn't it? The crime took place in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Okay. I should note this information. I'm trying to remember this information. Spot any inconsistencies, because given her her attitude about all this, she definitely did not do it. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Prosecutor's office, huh? In your subordinate's car trunk? Classy. I was arrested on the spot. Caught red-handed, as it were. Well, that's just great. I wonder if Miles is going to be involved in all of this. Probably is the prosecutor. So, who was the victim? An investigator with the police department. I suppose the correct term is detective. Detective? Death was due to a loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach. By you? Death wasn't immediate, but the wound was fatal. You didn't answer my question, Miss Lana. See. Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you? Uh-oh. What? Mr. Wright, what does it mean? Well, it means the police department will consider it a matter of pride to have me found guilty. They will use any means at their disposal to do so. This case gets worse with everything I learn. So, you're the chief prosecutor. That is correct. I'm responsible for overseeing every trial handled by the prosecutors in this district. I make sure the prosecutors have what they need to do the job and manage every aspect. Those are my responsibilities in a nutshell. It's an awfully large nutshell. Still, I'm a little surprised. I would think you'd recognize the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright. Huh? In fact, it seems impossible you wouldn't. Lana? What happened to your hand? Oh, this? I cut myself by accident. When I stabbed him, that is. Huh? I'm not very good at being a criminal, I suppose. How am I supposed to defend this? Time to change the subject. Wait, she was in the class ahead of Mia, wasn't she? You were in school with Mia, correct? A few years above her? Emma told you that too, did she? Well, why not? I did drag him all the way here from his office. Although it seems he has very little in common with Mia. Hey. It was in law school. I was in my 3rd year and she was auditing the class. She was different than the other students. Different? She was strong. She'd do anything to become a defense attorney. Anything. That was probably why she was attracted to me. Excuse me? Intellectually attracted. Lana was the top of her class in school. I was the best there was. Oh. I'm doing pretty good in school too, by the way. Sounds a bit different when Emma says it. Well, Mr. Wright? Excuse me? As you can plainly see, I'm admitting my guilt. I think it's safe to say there's no way you can take this case. None. But Lana! Why are you doing this to me? You never think of anyone but yourself. I know you didn't do it, Lana. I know. So how can you say you did? If I lose you, I'll be all alone. I hate you, Lana. Mr. Wright? Yes? I believe a discussion here is ended. The rest, I leave to you. Exclamation mark! You mean you're requesting my services as your defense? Don't lose any sleep over it. Your client has confessed, after all. The case is over. Right. I'll do what I can to get to the bottom of this. Lana has confessed to the crime, yes. Something doesn't fit. That look in Emma's eyes. There's something else going on here. I'm going to find out what. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Huh? About what? My sister. She's not always like that, you know. I just never expected to be defending another prosecutor again. She's being watched. She's in the She's in the detention center. Of course she's being watched. She's changed a lot. She used to be so gentle, always smiling. Everybody liked her. But then she became a prosecutor. I see. Sorry, but I'm having trouble imagining that. What happened to her? I don't know for certain myself. I think maybe she... well, maybe not. Sounds like there's something there that defies a simple scientific explanation. Let's go check out this underground parking at the prosecutor's office, shall we? Oh, okay. Okay. Already talked about all of those, so... back. To the underground parking lot. This is a parking lot? I guess I can see the arrow. February 22nd, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. So this is the lot where it all happened? I see a notebook already. Looks like they're still investigating. Funny that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like this. Green says no. I mean, she's being controlled. She thinks the advisory is present? Adversary, you mean? Hey, everyone. Keep up the good work. Hey, what are you thinking? Well, they're going to be my coworkers in 3 years from now, after all. No harm in saying hello. Actually, there is. You know attorneys aren't supposed to examine crime scenes? I'm trying not to stand out too much here, see? Hey there. You expecting to go unnoticed here, partner? Hold on. You expecting to go unnoticed here, partner? Partner? Oh, good grief. What do we have here? Looks like a bambina got loose from the ranch and is up to no good. Bambina? What kind of Western talk is that? And also, what kind of uniform is that? Folks gotta learn to keep them dogies tied down, partner. Mr. Marshall. Really? Really? Marshall looks more like a sheriff to me. Looky here, Bambina. I know how you feel, but this is my gang Gold Strike, see? Strike? This is our claim, our territory, with a motherload of evidence. You're fixing to mess with what's ours. You'll regret it, partner. You know what dreams the cacti in the desert dream? You want to? What's this guy talking about? You head along home now. Happy trails, Bambina. I see. Was that, hombre a friend of yours? Kind of, sort of. Yeah, he's a detective. Who thinks he's a sheriff in the Wild West, it seems. Okay. Well, he told me to get along, but I'm not getting along. I may, be able to get along with some other people, but I'm not getting along from here. Ladder. Aha! A ladder! That's a step ladder. What's the difference? In scientific terms, please. Well, if your ladder gets divorced and then remarries, it becomes a step ladder. It's a scientific, huh? Look at the basic nature of things, Mr. Wright. This all seems so horribly familiar somehow. Wallet. What's this? A wallet? Excuse me, officer. Wait! What are you doing, Mr. Wright? What am I doing? I just found this wallet, so I'm handing it over to the police. I don't believe it. This is real basic. Anything at a crime scene is evidence. Let's be scientific about this, please. Just put it in your pocket. How is that scientific? Sounds like theft to me. Wallet has been wallet hastily stuffed into the pocket. Foldable wallet found at the crime scene. There seems to be something inside. I'm called to duty already, and at my tender age. Here, I'll teach you the trick to examining evidence in detail, okay? By the way, her eyes are sparkling. I can tell she's been waiting for this. Okay, now, look at the court record. Okay. You have to be sure to examine evidence carefully on all sides. Oh, is this a 3D object? Now let's stop by and examining from every angle. It is a 3D object. Okay. Oh, look, I think there might be a clue here. You should check it out with a press of Enter. Enter? What awkward controls? Hold on, okay. How do I... Okay. Uh-huh. This is an ID card. ID card. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. I assume he was a good man. He's certainly dressed in white and he looks very nice. That's a strange police badge, too. ID 5842189. See? Well, isn't scientific investigation useful? I guess, though I don't see what science has to do with it. Goodman's ID card added to the court record. Let's be sure to examine every piece of evidence we find. Guess I've got to be on my toes from now on. Okay. Look, a door! This must mean something. I'm not sure that doors mean anything. No, it won't open. A mysterious lock. I fail to see what's mysterious about it. Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life more. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? That... Actually, she has a point. That sign says that's the emergency exit. Emergency exit. Emergency exits should not be locked. That's the whole point of emergency exits. Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. Can't hear anything. My ears! No, my ears! Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure. What is she babbling about? Hey, what did you just say? See, you can hear just fine. The phone's broken. Okay. This wall's in our way. It's got a faucet for water. Wait, I know! This wall is merely a facade, hiding the truth. This is no wall, but a water tank. Fail to see how it makes any difference either way. Barrels next to the water spigot. An oil drum. Looks like it's filled with water. It's heavy. I can't even budge it. The drum over there is on its side. Wait, I know. I'll hide in here and do a stakeout. I think you'll probably just get arrested. In fact, you may not even have to hide in the drum to get arrested. What? I'm not suspicious. Okay. Electrical panel, drains, door. This is where the cars leave the lot. The arrow on the ground makes it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. Well, maybe it's both. Kind of dual purpose? Aha! The theory of relativity! What? Got to write this down. Hey, Mr. Wright? Maybe, you know, was Mr. Relativity German? Or was he British? Mr. Relativity? Are you sure that was his name? We grabbed him out of Germany, Einstein. I don't remember if he was German originally. I want to say Austria. So the security booth is here. Look, a stylish glass-walled room. Very nice. See the whole parking lot from in here. It says security. Perhaps it's a cafe? Huh? Cafe security. Yeah, that must be it. Let's check it out later. I had to break it to you, but I think that's probably just a security guard office. So why was nobody watching the parking lot? You know, I scored a 97 on my science test the other day. Rather, I don't have a test for common sense. Oh yes, the slide button. Aha. What's this, a Walkman? Well, no time to waste. Let's get hunting for clues. I wonder what this is. Well, partner, looks like you got no intention of going home quietly. The sheriff. Like I said before, this here's our claim. You'd best be moseying along, unless you're fixing to bite the bullet. You can't shoot me just for being in a parking garage. Yeah, scary. Not that scary. I bet he doesn't even have a gun. 97 out of 1,000, possibly. Could you just tell us one thing? Who owns that car? Well, little Philly's got a good nose on her. You want to know who rides the red Mustang with a body in her saddle, huh? Please. No problem, partner. About time for victuals anyway. Get yourself to the saloon on the 12th floor of the prospector's office. The prospector's office? Really? Might just find you a cerveza you like. I can't switch between. That's beer, right? Einstein traveled around, but he was a German Jew. Okay. Prospector's office? Where does this guy think he is? And when, for that matter? Note to self, look up Vittles Saloon Cerveza. You're not old enough for cerveza. Maybe we should check out room 1202, the High Prosecutor's office. Fortunately, it's after noon. In any case, stay away from the car. You can look around here all you like, but just keep your paws off our claim. Yes, cerveza cristal. Right, great. Okay, great. Maybe there's some clues around here, Mr. Wright. Let's check it out. Excuse me? Are you two all set? Us? Hold on. What's this? She couldn't be... You look familiar. You're selling lunches? Here? This is a crime scene. Maybe she just seems familiar because I've seen the version of Last Will and Temperament that has Ace Attorney characters. Hello, half and half, was it? Oh, thanks. And you, sir? Yes? Okay, you do... I see your hat. It has, like, the rice cakes on it. But you do not dress like a woman whose job is to hand out rice cakes. Some crunchy goodness coming at you. Thanks. Interesting way of doing business. This area is off limits to anyone without clearance. Unless you bring lunch. Especially passers-by. Or are you officers? No, but you don't exactly look like the type to have any clearance. Well, that's hardly a way to greet someone. Even if my days as the cough-up queen are over. What? 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 Cough up? Huh? You know, I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I'll pass on lunch. I'm quite connected to this case, you see. The images are burned into my eyes, you might say. Yes, all the sordid secrets. Secrets? Dear me, you are a slow one, aren't you? Hair. I'm referring to the murder, the stabbing of that detective. What? A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about? Please, cough up queen, tell us what happened. Yeah, she's the witness. The name is Angel Star. Don't you go forgetting it. I believe I'm going to forget it immediately. Or before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels. I highly doubt that. Yes, ma'am. Yipes, she means it. Alright. Okay, before I talk to you, I'm going back. I can't go back to that. Rice cake, you mean jelly-filled donut? Yes, I know what that Pokemon called the rice cakes jelly donuts for some strange reason. They don't look like jelly donuts. Alright. Somehow, I knew. Yesterday was a day of destiny. I knew something was going to happen. Just like I know that the daily special on Friday every week is salmon. If it's on Friday every week, then why would that not be something you know? Destiny? Was yesterday special for some reason? You're a defense attorney, right? You should know then. You should know the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of iniquity. The evil ones? Prosecutors. They have no qualms at all about blackening the name of innocence. I see. So you have beef that you presumably put on your sushi. And yesterday they paid homage to the most evil one of all. They gave an award for King of Prosecutors. What a farce. So she's saying there was some sort of prosecutors convention yesterday? I was almost compelled to lace their lunches with something foul. Do you have a personal grievance against prosecutors or something? Or is there some kind of scientific evidence of this, evil? Young miss, mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they called me the cough-up queen. Because, you ate bad sushi and, couldn't keep it down? Ew. The most heinous of all the evil ones, the one they awarded yesterday. It was in his car that they found the body. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all. Really? Beef sushi? Yes, I might imagine so. Really what? I'm totally confused. One thing's clear, this lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. Ian says Pokemon called them jelly-filled donuts because the translators were afraid rice cakes would be too Japanese for Western audiences. Yeah, but there must have been, like, something. Like, dumplings would make more sense, for instance. So the car belonged to one of, Prosecutor Skye's, subordinates. I'm guessing it's Miles. But we shall see. So, what exactly was it that you witnessed, Miss Star? It was a fascinating spectacle, to be sure. I now feel I know what they say when they talk about a woman's wrath. See Lana Skye wield that knife so. Her knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean you saw the very moment of the crime? The sound of his silvery ties to this world being cruelly cut still rings in my ears. And the rhythmic beat of Lana Skye's knife. Wait a second, you know Lana Skye? Of course. It's quite a feat becoming chief prosecutor. How many lunchboxes of sin did she pack to make that journey, I wonder? What's that supposed to mean? She always travels light. Why would this pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? Maina says beef sushi is almost as bad as chicken sashimi, which is just eating raw chicken. Proposition, beef sashimi. Could we ask you a bit about yourself, Miss Star? I come here every day to sell lunches. I import only from only the freshest and best from the Far East. Wait a minute. East of Japan? That's just gonna be the United States. Or, I don't know, the Pacific Islands, I suppose. Either way, you're selling, like, sushi and stuff. You do not want to import your fish. For some reason, the box lunches are a hit here. Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? Did you say something? No? Only true connoisseurs can understand. Remember Phoenix Wright takes place in Japanifornia? I suppose. I have enough lunches. kind who you can only tell someone who has tried General Tso's Trilobite lunch set. That is not a trilobite. That's a fish. Ah, never mind. You win. I don't even want to appreciate part of a trilobite's flavor. Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches. My boyfriend works in the security room here at the prosecutor's office. Oh, does he? Your boyfriend? See the security room over there? The glass wall booth. I sell my lunches, and since I'm here anyway, I drop in to see him. You can apparently eat trilobite. Well, trilobites have been extinct since before the dinosaurs were around, I'm pretty sure, so I don't think you can. Actual thing some Japanese people eat, and it can apparently be pretty good. No, I'm fairly sure it's not. They might eat, like, deep-sea isopods, but trilobites are not a thing, I'm pretty sure. Hold on. Trilobite. Extinct marine arthropods. Existing among the most successful of all early mammals. Existing for almost 270 million years. 22,000 species described. First appeared... So the first appearance of trilobites in the fossil record defines the base of the Atobanian/Cambrian Stage 3 period. Apex of diversity during the Cambrian Ordovician. Remained diverse during the Silurian and Devonian. In the mid to late Devonian. Impacted by successive extinction events. Moderate recovery during the early Carboniferous. Before dropping to persistently low levels in the late Carboniferous and Permian. Disappeared in the end Permian mass extinction event about 251.9 million years ago, by which time only a handful of species remained. Related to other chelicerates, horseshoe crabs, sea spiders, and arachnids. Belonging to clade Arachnomorpha, but some may have been more closely related to Mandibulata, which contains insects, crustaceans, and myriapods, which is millipedes and centipedes. Millipedes are not insects, huh? Interesting. As part of a clade called Tenulata. Apparently, I assume that has something to do with antenna. I'm correct, it's isopods? Yeah, I saw something about that recently, funnily enough. Anyway. I sell my lunches, and since I'm here anyway, I drop in to see him. Since you're here anyway, I guess selling lunches is more important than romance. So, to scientifically analyze the data available so far... Science stream with yellow? You should have been here when I, made the, Abzu playthrough. I had just come back from the Great Barrier Reef, so I was full of fish facts. You misstar our lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here. Useful analysis. Not. I mean, interesting way to say, interesting phrasing. Let's see how she reacts. She doesn't. Okay. Prosecutor's office. Do you have a bad experience with the prosecutor, Miss Starr? I sense some hostility. Hostility? Huh, perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike, and the bigger they get, the worse they smell. Kind of like 10-day-old clams in the chowder. I wonder if Miss Starr was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past. That'd be a sure cause of food poisoning, scientifically speaking, of course. I mean, now you're talking cough-up queen. Thought she was just a lunch vendor, but now I'm not so sure. Okay. Do you know this man? Yeah, okay. Back. About this card. Lunchland vendors only accept cash, no cards. Especially not a card belonging to someone else. No, this isn't a credit card, it's an ID card. It belongs to a detective. And you're showing this to me, the lunch lady? Why? That's like showing a fine honeyed ham to a detective. I always feel like I'm being mocked. Okay. So she clearly recognized that guy, who was probably the victim. I can't go over there at the moment. Anything else to examine here? Actually, take a look at the back of the card. Police Department, in very blurry letters. The name and ID number are written here. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. I wonder why they only use numbers for IDs. What else will they use? Letters, silly. They're the reason we have a written language in the first place. True. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. ID Yabadab. See? Wouldn't that be better? Yabadab? Well, it does have a certain ring to it. You might say that Yabadab do have a certain ring to it. Exactly my point, tee. Doesn't take much to amuse her. Police Department. Personally, I think I would have given keyboard controls to the rotation and then mouse controls to examination. I wonder, can I examine my court badge? I can. I guess that's my serial number. But I'm not allowed to have 2 of the digits. They're secret. So this is what the back of the badge looks like. I always thought it had a safety pin. Each badge has a number carved into it. That way you can tell which attorney it belongs to. You mean you couldn't lend your badge to anyone? No, I'd be found out right away. Well, that's no fun. Okay, so in both cases here, we've highlighted ID numbers. I wonder if the ID numbers are going to be important. Autoplay, what is that? I don't know. Okay. Wait. 5842189. Okay. Oh yes, to the High Prosecutor's office. Oh dear. There's only one place this could be. One person this could belong to. The High Prosecutor's office, room 1202. This is the kind of room that just screams, I can do the job. Quite a change from your office, really. Thanks. Look, there's a trophy or something here. A trophy? What, that shield? Takes real nerve to display stuff like this. Whoever's office this is, they must be a real stuck-up jerk. Phoenix Wright. You never tire of prying into other people's business, do you? I got you off the hook. Edgeworth, loosen up. That voice. Long time no see, Edgeworth. Huh? Ah! Mr. Edgeworth. You know him from somewhere? Of course, I'm his biggest fan. My sister introduced us once and... Right, your sister's the chief prosecutor after all. Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you, I've been known to be a real stuck-up jerk. No, did I? No! It was just Mr. Wright here, Hey, don't blame me. We're just here to investigate a murder case. I've already been cleared. Murder? A body was found in this nasty, boring red sports car in the parking lot. That would be Miles' sports car. I don't have a sports car. I don't think. That would be my car. What of it? What? Your car? I would think it would be pink. I'll say one thing, she certainly can scream. Okay, let's look around his office. It's the Steel Samurai. My, what an amazing bouquet. Just right for Mr. Edgeworth. No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead, Wendy. Wendy? I've heard that name somewhere before. And beside it, a giant steel samurai. It's not that giant. Wow, I want one. Huh? There's something written on the bottom of his foot. Between a rock and a hard place, Wendy. Wendy? She Miss Edgeworth's fiancée? Oh. I doubt it. I don't think so. What was her last name? Oldbag. It was Wendy Oldbag. Right. I don't think so. So she sent him these. Ooh, cute. What a pretty tea set. I go more for the instant tea bags myself. Love the character names in this series. Yes, you should see the names they give the characters in Carmen Sandiego. Amazing! The drawer below is filled with packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavor. Look at this royal blend, an exquisitely splendid concoction. There's such a thing as taking a hobby too far. Chess, maybe. Hey, a chessboard. I'm not too up on my chess, but it looks like blue's in a bit of a tight spot. The red knights have it surrounded the blue pawn. Where's the king? Huh? Those horses are mounted knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. And check out that poor pawn. His head is kind of spiky. Kind of reminds me of you. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Edges surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. Nah, it's nothing. There's no king. Also, there's only one knight there. There's a knight, a rook, a bishop, and probably a queen. A work desk. Quite tidy, as one might expect. What a nice desk. Easy to use and easy on the eyes. It's polished so well I can see my own reflection. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? Maybe I'll take that name plaque as a souvenir. Don't. He'll sue you. Okay. Wow, this jacket is even lacier than his usual ones. This must be his lucky trial jacket. Lucky jacket, right. I've never seen him wear it. I'm sure there's a story behind why it's in frame. Maybe I'll be naughty and take a picture. I'm getting way too excited about this. I've been wondering, what the heck is this? It's broken. It has a big K on it. Mumbles of the prosecutors. Huh? What's that? It's the King of the Prosecutors trophy. You do not seem happy about it. King of Prosecutors? It's a great honor. They send that shield to the best prosecutor each year. What? So? That K, that's... K stands for king? What's so special about that? Yeah, you got a problem with that? I didn't design the thing. King of Prosecutors. Kind of like Employee of the Month, only better. Okay. Given On the day of the murder, and it's broken. Interesting. So that's the King of Prosecutors shield, huh? Well done, Edgeworth. You must be proud to be the King of Prosecutors. Congratulations, King of Prosecutors! Please stop saying that. Still doesn't explain one thing. Why is the tip of this shield broken off? Books. Whoa, these are all case files? They're stacked up to the ceiling. There's even a ladder. Odd. Thought Edgeworth wasn't good with heights. Must have someone to get them for him. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? You must study these case reports so closely. He's so cool. You wouldn't say that if you saw him sweating bullets up on that ladder. Whoa. What a view. It must be nice to have an office on the 12th floor. I guess you would feel important. Incidentally, were you to jump out this window, the time until impact with the ground would be... Got it. Approximately 2.23 seconds. 12 stories? I'm not sure your math is correct. That's handy to know. Alright. Couch. Mr. Edgeworth has such a comfy sofa. Sofas like these make me want to curl up and take a nap. I bet he pores over his case files here until the wee hours of the morning. Then he takes off his jacket, rolls up his sleeves, and goes to sleep using his arms as a pillow. I don't believe it. She's actually daydreaming about Edgeworth working. But in the morning he has sofa hair and little creases in his cheeks from the seams. He's so cool. Sofa hair is cool. Alright. Alright, Miles. Let's talk. So, the body was found in your car? Go ahead, say it right. You think I did it, don't you? After you went all through the trouble to help me last year, no less. No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed him. Wait, no, she didn't do that. I mean... Wait. So you're the chief prosecutor's little sister, then? Yes, sir. Emma Skye. Nice to meet you again. That didn't sound forced at all. Now I remember. You've really grown. I'll admit it was a surprise for me, too. To think that my own car would become the scene of a murder. More surprising still, I'm being forced to prove my superior's guilt. As expected. I can understand... Wait, what? Did you say? Lana Skye is the chief prosecutor. Top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be the prosecutor at the trial tomorrow. You? Mr. Edgeworth? To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean? Rumors. You've heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Miles Edgeworth. It's hard to remember a time when there weren't rumors about this guy. Forging evidence, arranging false testimony, illegal searches, you name it. Thanks to you, my innocence was established in the trial at the end of last year. However, there are some who say I'm the one responsible for the current incident. What? That's crazy! Some people need very little excuse to think ill of others. It's a fact of life. Impossible to stop. But some of them even go so far as to present me with toys like this. They think it's funny. Toys? That bronze shield? There's gotta be a story behind that one. Chief Prosecutor Skye? Yes, we first worked together on a case 2 years ago. It was my first big case. That's right, I remember. 2 years ago. I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Since then, I always felt that she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken. Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she's not the warmest person, but I'm sure she felt some responsibility for you. Then why? Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? Not only that, she stabbed him with my knife. Okay, interesting. It is your color. What? Mr. Edgeworth, your knife was the murder weapon? To be specific, it was the knife I keep in the toolbox in the trunk of my car. Okay. Edgeworth? What? Are you sure you didn't do it? Come on, can't he take a joke? You have a strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright. Okay. Tell me more about this shield, if you please. Oh, okay, actually, I can look around. Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here. Looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it. Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. I guess he must be a foreigner? Yeah, that's probably it. Well, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. He's a pretty terrible prosecutor, actually. The only reason he got anywhere is because he was really good at badgering the judge. And the judge was really bad about being badgered. I'd like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometime. When she says it, his name does have kind of a ring to it. What about the broken stuff? I wonder if this was still a K in the Japanese version. Okay, and I can check this, too, for some reason. This must be the victim's blood, right? Either that or Edgeworth cut himself peeling an apple. What's Edgeworth doing with a knife like this, anyway? Hey, maybe he spends his weekends roughing it in the wild. Edgeworth? In the wild? I think my fruit peeling theory is more likely. Are you kidding? I always pictured him as an outdoorsman. Actually, you know who else we saw with a very noticeable knife? Sheriff Marshall. Now, there's a scary thought. Okay. Okay, so I guess for whatever reason I cannot present these things to him. So Marshall sent me here, interestingly. Which suggests to me he's trying to put me on to Edgeworth. Now, I don't think Edgeworth did it. He's got his issues, but he mostly confines them to the courtroom. Okay. Let's head back to the underground parking lot, I guess. Oh, wait. Present is its own button. Here we go. Do you know this man? Oh, no, that's the wrong... Okay, present. Say, Edgeworth, I was wondering about this. Mr. Wright. Huh? What? Are you sure you should be showing that off to Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, he'll take it for sure, won't he? I wish I could be on the same side as Mr. Edgeworth, but then my sister would be found guilty. If she sighs any deeper, I'm going to start getting depressed. Why should you be able to take it from me? You're just a prosecutor. You have no more authority to have this than I do. Green says, maybe Edgeworth sees the trophy as an insult because of Von Karma? Maybe. So, basically, this says you were the best of the best last year, huh? You can take that foolish grin elsewhere, right? I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Huh? Why's that? I had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. The police department? Yes, right next to the police station downtown. You've been there, haven't you? Where Detective Gumshoe works? Yeah. I was wondering something about your shield. Why is it broken? What does it matter? I've got more important things to worry about. Oh, right. He doesn't seem too concerned about his award, for better or for worse. Yesterday was a very busy day for the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday? Okay. And the knife. It's against my policy to discuss evidence with the defense, especially with you. He doesn't like you much, does he, Mr. Wright? Nah, with Edgeworth it's never personal. It's all about winning tomorrow. Okay. Could you tell me more about yesterday, the day of the murder? Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day? Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. We call it evidence transferal. Wiping your hands of old cases, in other words. Oh, and another thing. A ceremony was held at the police department. There's an annual review and awards for outstanding police officers and prosecutors. And that's when you got the shield? I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. That's very precise. People like myself and Mr. Edgeworth pride ourselves on our precision, Mr. Wright. No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. Okay, that does say 5:12, so you have a parking stub. This is the parking stub from the underground lot. Murder took place around 5:15. So, very soon after you arrived. Interesting. The murder happened right after you got back. What, right? I'd appreciate it if you'd direct that suspicious glare elsewhere. Oh dear. What's your name? Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? What happened? Oh, that's the megaphone. No, that's your hand. I'm Edgeworth. What is it? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Report? What? Did you find new evidence in the case against Chief Prosecutor Skye? I don't like the way this conversation is going at all. Skye, sir? No, sir. No name of that kind, sir. Not in this report, sir. I think I just heard Edgeworth's lid blow. Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on very tight, is it? I made a clear request to the police department, did I not? I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated. Sir, sir! I'm just following orders, sir. They told me to bring this to you. I wasn't aware of the particulars of your arrangement with us, sir. Give me your name. Meekins? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Officer Meekins. Right. Officer Meekins, take your report and leave. I'll take his report. And good luck with that raise next month. But sir, I didn't know. Poor guy. Looks like he was absent on the day they gave out brains and good luck. Right. Yes, sir? Gah, he caught me off guard. As you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now. Let's do what he says, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective from the same department as that patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Thanks. Seems to have finally calmed down, at least. And it seems to me like he's directing me to possibly find evidence of Miss Skye's innocence. All right. Tell me more about this parking stub. I'm busy preparing for tomorrow, and I'm not in the mood for idle banter. Especially not with you. Let's go, Mr. Wright. Fine, I'll just have to talk to him when he perks up. Alright. Lightning Bug says prosecutors in this world control the salaries of guards and police officers. Sure seems like it. Alright, back to the underground parking lot. What do you have to say to this? Could you take a look at this? You? Yes? You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No, but thanks. And even look at me. You must have to brew the leaves a long time to get a rich flavor like this. We pre-infuse the leaves with steam before brewing. That makes 0 sense. Knew it! So that's the secret to their aroma. Exquisite! The only thing I'm smelling here is wasted time. Will you take a look at this? No. No response here. That was the knife. What about the paste tub? No. Do you have anything else to say? No. Let's see. Okay, to the police department. February 22nd, police department entrance. Oh yeah, that's the police department mascot. Phew, we're finally here. Why would they put the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office? Beats me. It took almost 30 minutes by taxi. The track wasn't even that bad. That banner looks like it has the end of campaign on it. Police department, huh? I've only ever been to the criminal affairs next door. Hold on, what's that? Disturbing. Why does it undulate like that? I think it's an automated crossing guard. By the look of it, it's already been hit by a car. Or possibly knocked over by children. Oh wait, I know. This is the Blue Badger. They're trying to make him the police mascot. Wow, Mr. Wright, you sure know a lot about the police. Still, he does seem familiar somehow. Forget the Blue Badger. Who's that next to him? Someone appears to be dancing with the Blue Badger? Uh-oh, he noticed me. He sure is running over here fast. Hey, pal. Well, what are you doing here? That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why were you dancing over there? What? Well, at least he doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get information. Hey, I'll have you know I'm a very busy man, pal. Handprint, yes. And it looked like a 3D object. I was wondering about that. What? Dancing Blue Badger? It's my masterpiece. You made this, Detective Gumshoe? The chief threw together some designs and I just did my thing, pal. That might just be Gumshoe's handprint from, painting. It's the same color as the blue paint. A bit paler, but yeah. Nice work. Battery powered, so it can go anywhere. There's no switch, so it should just dance. Dance until the batteries die. Poor Blue Badger, fated to dance until he drops. I wonder, in the Japanese version, does this look like a Japanese police car? A smudge near the eye? Yes. Mr. Wright, do you know why patrol cars are painted black and white? No idea. Why? Well, I think they're designed after a panda. A panda? Not that I have scientific proof, it's just a theory. Do you mind me asking how you came up with that theory? It was when I was on a school trip. I saw a patrol car and it came to me. We had just been at the zoo. What about zebras? Or do they not have those zoo? I assume it's black and white because black and white are high contrast. Banner here is announcing a crime-fighting campaign. Nice slogan. I wonder if they'll be selling fingerprinting sets. I don't think it's that kind of campaign. What family wouldn't want to set at home? It's good for finding out who snuck into the cookie jar. I think most families can figure that out without the extra help. I always get excited when I come to a police station. Why is that? It just feels like I've jumped into a movie. Huh? You know, with all the police and criminals. Well, I don't know if this is all that exciting. Sure it is. Look at those two officers over there. They're probably talking about the latest bust. Funny, I thought they were talking about the weather. Look, that patrolman is saluting the other guy. He must be a detective. And then I said, hey, you do that, your soup will get cold, buddy. That's hilarious, sir. I laughed so hard I cried. I guess he wasn't saluting, he was wiping the tears from his eyes. They make a good pair. The detectives in there look pretty busy. Just imagine, right now, behind those doors, a police drama in action. Somehow the thought fails to excite me. Okay. The usual wanted posters are hanging up on the bulletin board here. Do you know this face? If you do, dial 911, or whatever the equivalent is in Japan. You know, Mr. Wright, I always thought it was kind of funny. I've never seen anyone who looked like the people in these posters. They hardly even look human. He has a point. Okay. Alright. I'll give you one word of advice, pal. You'd better not agree to defend the suspect in this case. Why not? Huh? Well, it's just that the chief prosecutor has confessed to the crime. She says she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him. But what if she's not telling the truth? Yes, well, no, come on, pal. There's plenty of evidence against her. But what if the evidence was faked? Hey, pal, can I speak to you for a second? Me? Why is this little girl so peeved at me? She's a relative of the suspect. She's Lana Skye's sister. Whoa! The chief prosecutor's little sister? Just please investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, you might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked. Huh? It's a sensitive issue with us these days. So, what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe? Me? Oh, well, nothing, really. They kicked me out of criminal affairs. Detective Gumshoe, what did you do this time? What do you mean, this time? Then, what happened? I know things are busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all. It's true. We've never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Only the highest ranked people are being led into criminal affairs now. The lowest ranking guy in here is our chief of detectives. The lowest ranking guy in there is our chief of detectives. They're not letting any of us rank and file detectives in at all. None of you? I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd? So anyway, I thought I'd spend the day getting the Badger dance down pat. Isn't there anything else you could be doing? The chief of police himself is directing this investigation, pal. Officer Marshall was assigned to the underground parking lot. Officer Marshall. Now that I think about it, Emma did seem to know that Marshall guy. A patrolman in charge of a crime scene. It's unheard of, pal. He's not even a... Is he a detective or a patrolman? Okay. Okay, tell me about this gentleman. Detective Gumshoe, what can you tell me about this? Huh? Hey, pal, this is a detective's ID card. You can't just keep that. You have to turn it into the police. People like you that get me into so much trouble all the time. Being Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot. Let's see. Bruce Goodman. Goodman. Sounds familiar. Nah, my mistake. But didn't you work together with him in criminal affairs? Whoa! Now I remember! Bruce Goodman! He's the victim! That's what I thought. Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe? Okay, what about this? Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Edgeworth got yesterday. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal! I got an award for diligence myself. Congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently, he's forgotten. Well, I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award, even with all the naysayers in the prosecutor's office. Naysayers? Must be because of the rumors. Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Skye to do such a thing? Well, wait, I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. Car and the knife do seem a little too well organized to be a coincidence. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. What could have happened? We have to find out a little bit more about what's going on with Edgeworth. As a detective, I have to keep my mouth shut on that one. Really? I know better than to go blabbing on about things I don't know about. No, I wouldn't want you to do that either. Good. But you made the Blue Badger panel. So, this ID card belonged to the victim? He was a detective, like myself. Detective Bruce Goodman. Don't you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where we found it? Pretty far away from the, car. Well, Detective Goodman should have been at the police department yesterday. It was an evidence transfer for a case he handled 2 years ago. Okay. Evidence transfer. Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too. But Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say this, but word is that Chief Prosecutor Skye called him out there to the parking lot. And I was confessing as much. So Edgeworth, he's in a tough spot again. Again? Well, it all started with the murder of that defense attorney, Hammond. But Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent. Listen, pal, there have always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses. Nothing outright, but there were always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's been whispering. They're practically shouting. But there's no evidence against him. Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had unusually strong ties to the department higher-ups. It's only natural that people would be suspicious. I had no idea he was under the gun. Anyway, this latest case has started a new rumor. People say the only reason he took this case is because he's aiming for chief prosecutor position himself. What? But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us. And that's all I know about that. I'm not officially on the case, you know. Thank you. Why aren't you handling the case, Detective Gumshoe? We met the guy who is. What was his name? The guy in the parking lot. That'd be Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly by the Chief of Police. Officer Marshall. Is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? No, Jake Marshall's just a regular officer. So not a detective. From West L.A. West L.A., huh? For a moment there, I wasn't sure. Look, pal, let me try to make things a little easier for you. Show them this, and they'll let you examine the crime scene. Maybe. Letter of introduction. Allows bearer to investigate the crime scene. Okay. You're surprised if this gets us anywhere. Just act like you're supposed to be there and nobody will look at you twice, pal. Alright, thank you, Detective Gumshoe. Alright. Back to the parking lot. Looks like the investigation is still going. I have to be getting back to the shop. Sorry, looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. I'll see you in my dreams tonight then, baby. Ah, that's the boyfriend. Right? Oh, still here? Ah, hello. Why the surprised looks? Didn't I mention? I've got a boyfriend in criminal affairs, too. What happened to the security guard? Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a doggy that's lost her herd. Jake Marshall. Strange guy to put in charge of a crime scene. There's something I wanted to ask you. The scene of the crime, a cold grave for men who've lost their dreams. And me, I watch over them as they sleep, dreaming of the desert's harsh judgment. See. He's asleep. Well, should we show this hopeless case something... should we show this hopeless case something to catch his interest? There's something I wanted to ask you. Okay, no. He's asleep again. Alright. Court record. Hey, look here. Looks like something's been crossed out. Maybe it was a letter or something to Detective Gumshoe. Let's see. Annual bonus, $20. I think a couple zeros are missing. No, that sounds about right. At least in that detective's case. Maybe I should rethink my career as an investigator. Okay. Would you mind reading this for me? What's this? I warn you, fan letters to me go right into the spittoon. Letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. May we investigate? Gumshoe? Oh, that old cow dog. You holding a birthday party or something? Huh? Look, where it should say letter of introduction, it says invitation. Ah, I think you just miswrote it. Wait, why am I getting all defensive here? No worries. Just prove it's from Detective Gumshoe. Better than blood test. Guess I better let you in, then. Thank you, Officer Marshall. Oh, that's right. He's a patrolman, not a detective. Which reminds me. Hey, wait a second. Isn't a crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective for hire? Well, folks, clues are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. Be like the settler. Strike out for lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny. Note to self, police investigations are like settling land. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? I say I won't be needing this anymore. Detective Gumshoe's letter of introduction crumpled and discarded. You have anything else to say? I don't mean any offense, but Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective. You call me out, and shoot you for that in Texas. Huh? I was one of them fancy-shoed detectives until 2 years ago, to tell you the truth. Oh, really? Now he tells me. That explains the idiosyncratic outfit. I don't think they'd let a patrolman get away with that. But you're a patrolman now, so how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambina? So, why are you in charge? No reason. We're just short on hands right now. I'm keeping an eye out in the meantime. That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least. He's nothing but a sad old cow dog that can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edgeworth, eh? Edgeworth? That cow dog's been kicked out of this cattle run by order of the chief of police. Interesting. Just, he don't realize it yet. Detective Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation? Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim? Good men always die young. Remember that, partner. Could you be a little more specific? Bruce Goodman. He was a detective, right? Well, aren't you a feisty doggy there now? Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. The smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think he means the witness, Miss Angel Starr. 1 stab to the chest. Fine piece of work. Wait a minute, didn't she talk about rhythm? This here's the autopsy report. Okay. Is my sister involved with the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prosecutor Skye and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all. Nothing in common? They apparently worked together on a case a few years back. So, there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. That's one reason why I didn't do much work with the chief prospector. But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here to this parking lot? So it seems. Like calling an unarmed man to a shootout at high noon. Okay. All right, compadre, count to 3. No, I'm not drawing the knife on you. Huh? You got to do that if you're going to draw evidence on someone. That's what we do in Texas. You're from LA. Remind me never to visit Texas. 5:12 p.m. Prospector's bright red steed came in at a trot real slow like. A trot? My Madonna tells me the crime occurred 3 minutes later. So it seems the chief prospector was lying in wait. Maybe waiting for her prince to ride in on his bright red horse. So what you mean is, the killer intended to use Edgeworth's car all along. Alright, okay, we already did this. Toy shield. Suits the boy well. What exactly could you use shield with that? Toy knight, maybe? Officer Marshall, don't you have anything good to say about Mr. Edgeworth? You don't like him, right? We get the point. You know, when I was a detective, I got one of these. Let me guess. Did it have a K for King of Detectives on it? Hey, they could use the same shield over and over. Note to self, the prosecutor's office in criminal affairs are surprisingly cheap. You know it. They've gotten cheaper with every passing year, I tell you. What's that? Some sort of police passport? This is Detective Goodman's ID card, strangely enough. We found it a good distance away from the crime scene. Good distance in this rat hole? If you want distance, get yourself to Texas. Texas? This is a tiny little crime scene in a tiny little town with tiny little evidence. Right, everything's supposed to be big in Texas. The difference is a few yards make, compadre. Note to self, if you encounter suspicious evidence, think of Texas. No better way to study than hang out with the pros. Alright, I already did this one. Alright. Bruce Goodman. Between 4 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. Loss of blood from chest wound. Wound was caused by a 4.5-inch knife. Single stab wound was found. Okay. So, this looks like a cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest this belonged to the victim. I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. What's so scientific about that? Can we check it out? Check it out, of course. Right, let's check it out. Why are you scrolling? Okay. Let's see, leather strap. Man, what a boring strap. What's wrong with it? Everyone has different tastes, you know. Here, check out mine. It's a pink princess strap. These are hard to come by, you know. See, the series is as popular as ever with the kids. Alright. Bright blue button. The phone's still on the radio on the redial screen. Redial? Mr. Wright? Most phones keep a record of all the calls you've made and received. Just press the blue button to display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about it. Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know about things like redial. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you never know with people from your generation. Whatever, let's check this phone out. Okay. Now, to see who the owner of this phone called last. Note to self, a defense attorney doesn't think first, he just pushes the button. Mana says canonically this game takes place in 2017. I had a smartphone in 2017. And I was a late adopter. Beep. Hey, that song. I know that. That's the Steel Samurai theme, isn't it? Hey, what's going on over there? Sorry. I see you, partner. You pressed redial on that there phone, didn't you? Well, yeah. Whose phone is this, anyway? Who's on the ground over there? Whose is it? That belonged to the Chief Prosecutor, Skye. Well, also released in 2001? Oh, so this was set in the future? It was made in 2001, but set in 2017? What? It's my sister's? She apparently dropped it when she was taken in custody, right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone. I'm pretty sure that was the Steel Samurai theme, so that's probably Edgeworth. Except she only spoke for a few seconds, according to this. Who did she call? No idea. Sorry, partner. Now, I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now. One of those newfangled ringtones. Tunes. Oh, that? Oh. I'm sorry, that was my phone. Really? What? Your phone? Yeah, it's kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up the other phone. Wrong number. I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. Uh-oh, I've incited the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. Okay. So called to Phoenix. She didn't know Phoenix. Maybe she was trying to reach Mia? Mana says it's funny coming back now and realizing the world of Phoenix Wright would be better if it were set in the same year it released. Indeed. Okay. This rope, is it? Yep, they laid it in the outline of the victim's body. So, wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. You've got to be the only person I know that would come to that conclusion. Notably, he was like halfway out the trunk. He wasn't sealed in the trunk. What is this? Looks like some sort of note. So it's a date and a time. Well, or two different date formats. Maybe one's a date and one's something else. Look, something's written on it. And it's got Goodman's name on it. You're right, let's see. 67S 12-2. And she was trying to reach the person that helped Edgeworth? Maybe. His name printed on the paper above that. Goodman. You Maybe it fell out of his pocket when he was killed. Well, so, what does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Note to self, for detective reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright. Sure, Edgeworth wouldn't know what this means either. Okay. Okay, so this is just a 2D thing. B block is through there. That's where the visitors park. You can see the Lunchland car over there, far in the distance. Hey, you're right. I like the cute design on the door. I can see a cartoon cow munching down on a juicy-looking steak. Doesn't that strike you as a little creepy? Just don't think too deeply about it and you'll be fine. Let's see. Amanda says, don't remember if you saw these, but there are a ton of old internet references in the first 3 Phoenix Wright games. From memory, the second Phoenix Wright case has a This Is Sparta reference. I don't remember that. This appears to be the car where the body was found. It looks like the lock on the trunk is busted. Crime took place in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Quite a luxury car. It just screams I have money to burn. Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks. A block. This area is reserved for prosecutors. Defense attorneys are relegated to B block. I dream of the day when I will be able to park my car here. I'll go over to B block and buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. I'm not planning on giving up my job that soon. Okay. Isn't Sparta from 2006? I don't know. So, there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister. That's correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her. And the prospector tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided, Bambina. Many condolences. Officer Marshall. Yeah, Bambina. How can you say that? You and my sister, you were... There's something between this cop and her sister that I don't know about. I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe it's that dry wind that's blowing through the prospector's office. Dry wind or ill will, someone's up to something here. But who? Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth have been flying around for nearly 2 years now. Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean? He was unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them. If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you find one person. But they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say. One person? Who? Hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina. Chief Prospector Lana Skye. What? My sister? Edgeworth couldn't rustle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets. Some people load them with deals. What, you're saying Edgeworth was making deals to win trials? Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old-timers say. There's a big old secret hidden around here somewhere. Everyone knows it. Why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the case? Did they target him because he was closest to Edgeworth? So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright? Guess we've got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. So, you think we'll be okay? Well, the only thing still bothering me is that Lana is confessing the crime. She says she did it. No problem. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal. Oh, by the way, Emma? Yes? I know that song your phone plays when it rings. What? Oh, it wasn't Phoenix's phone. It was her phone. Skye called her sister. It's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? That popular TV show for kids? That phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place. Your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? Sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? She hung up right away. I see. Okay. 5:18. A detective is murdered and the suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. I've got a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. To be continued. Excuse me. All right. Time for court. How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there's still a lot of gray areas. Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area. Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes? The defense attorney should never believe their client. The defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Well, you say I shouldn't believe my client. You're my client. You said you did it. And you said suspected. Miss Skye, you remind me a lot of Mia. There is one decisive difference between you and her. And that is, you're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. My first trial without a Fae helping me. No one's going to bail me out this time. I'll be alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. So not entirely alone. 10 a.m. exactly. It's time to go to this practically senile judge. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. Wrong side? Seems like it. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in a courtroom since his trial. I hope that personal feelings will not be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime. A professional witness. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Starr, to the stand. The cough-up queen. Haven't I seen you somewhere? You ordered the caviar lunch, right? Oh, caviar! I've never eaten caviar before. Judge is really wolfing it down. And for you, I have a Fiesta Bowl. Thanks. Will the witness state her name and profession? And you, sir? Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? It is too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? This is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? Name, profession, now. Me? The name is Angel Star. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh dear. Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. Prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. Hurry it up. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional. Huh? What exactly does that mean? Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Star was a special investigator with the police. 2 years ago. Interesting. So, prosecutor and Goodman worked together on a case 2 years ago. She was a first-rate homicide detective. What? Miss Star was a detective? Aha! I know who you are. Cough up. Isn't the judge supposed to ask witness about name and profession? Probably. Cough up Queen Angel Star, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well. You may continue with the description, Miss Star. Just who is this lady? If I might have the court's attention over here. The parking lot of the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. Okay, so security room here. Block A, Block B. A block is for the prosecutor's office personnel. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks. I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutors' parking spaces, yes? Crime took place by a car in the back of A block, in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with this knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness, and an arrest was made on the spot. And who was this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. Parking lot with Edgeworth's car. That's the floor plans. Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor. So you made the arrest, huh? Seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright? I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. Seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining? If you can, then give them your worst, Miss Star. Wait, are they talking about me? Somehow I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. Through the fence, that means you were in B block. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend? How touching. As you can see, there is no room for doubt. The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife with which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman. So, how does it feel to be utterly crushed? Well, you've made a mistake already. I'm still thinking about that. It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. All right. Always knew a day like this would come. Tell me more. How did you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime. Yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted. Given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim, killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Miss Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator, and if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Laid off? She was fired. To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I am a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless. Very well, you may continue, Miss Starr. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. Tell me more. Would that be in the security office? This boyfriend, he's the detective? Not that boyfriend, the security guard. That boyfriend? You have several? Yes, this boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Care to join? The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants. I'll stick with the lunches, thanks. Note to self, the judge had to think before applying. The security guard room is in the lot, in A block. It's up on the second level, so you can see everything from there. Maybe stairs go that way? That would be the room with the security sign. Incidentally, did you bring your lunch boxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. When I sensed something, perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. You sensed something? So you're saying you had a premonition of the murder? Felt like... How would you say? Oh yes. It was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds. I have no idea what that means. Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim, Bruce Goodman, also a detective? Yes, well, he was like a young cheese. Young cheese? A pale white cheese, not yet tangy with experience on the streets. A greenhorn. And I must be hard, yellowed, and sharp as a tack. Yeah, with the odor of an old cheese to match. In any case, there in the lot, I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. By garish car, you mean... Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes. Mr. Edgeworth's? Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's. Wasn't it? Indeed it was. What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, you are sure it was the defendant? I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I am certain it was her. If she's telling the truth, we're doomed. Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick. Witness, in your testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, you are a biased witness. You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Huh? Rookie? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me? You should get a haircut, lady. I'll fry you like a fritter, crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. That was inspiring. I believe I've heard that tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism? I may be relegated to the lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. A photograph. You took this? Okay, so confirming in B block. But we can't actually see much. Where did that coat come from? The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap, I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunchboxes rigged with a camera. I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. Witness, why am I only seeing this photograph just now? You think I'd show it to you, prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs. Well, this is most certainly the defendant. Crime photo. Uh-oh, that is unmistakably Lana Skye. Notably, she's wearing gloves. so we can't see her her right hand that is currently injured. So what was the defendant doing at the time? Chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then she thrust the pointy tip. Okay. Go back. Tell me more. Tell me more about this knife that the suspect was carrying. Well, I'd say the blade was about 4 inches long. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? It is your knife, after all. Yes, that's about right. Prosecutors are by nature well versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set. You can't testify as to her ability to kill an egg. I mean, a person. Perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor? So the defendant was holding a knife. What then? Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Okay, observation. The blood pattern on this does not appear to me to be consistent with a stabbing. Let's see. If I was to rotate... Come on. Become vertical. There. This looks more like a cut that then dripped down. If it was a stab, we would see blood throughout. Tell the court why you didn't try to stop this crime. You did see her raise the knife to strike, no? The defense has a point. Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. So much for the intuition. Too late? Yes, the next moment, the chief prosecutor brought down the murder weapon. Let's see. There's that jacket again. I see. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. You said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony is flawless. Sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? We should just keep our heads and cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panicking next to me makes me calmer. Don't smile like that. Somehow, okay. Knife in her right hand. Press the pointy tip of the knife in Detective Goodman's chest. Okay. Let's see. All right. Now begins the guesswork. So let me just make a backup save. Okay. So we have a map of the parking lot. So she was here to see her boyfriend in the security room. But she would have been over here, separated from the chain link fence with no way over from that direction. So let's try. Try this. This evidence clearly reveals the contradiction in that statement, Your Honor. How exactly are that evidence and the statement just now related? They are! Good grief. Okay, that's why I saved. Load. Lunchbox boyfriend, sent something perhaps finally trying to detect his intuition. Saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car, holding a knife in her right hand. Thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Goodman's chest. Okay. Let's try the knife. No, apparently not. I mean, I have reasons, but... New day like this will come. On my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. Sensed something, perhaps it was my funny tone. Through the wire fence, saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car, holding a knife in her hand. Thrust the pointy end of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Did I already press something? This? Okay, yes. So what evidence do I have? I have Goodman's ID. Which was not by the car, so... Could try that. Parking stub. Just 3 minutes-ish before. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Okay, tell me more about the garish car. By garish car, you mean Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes. Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's, wasn't it? No further than 30 feet away. Certain it was her. Standing next to a garish car. Okay, let's try this approach. If the victim was by the car, what was the cell phone doing there? No. Now, I'm save scumming because this is not really fair design here. I would have hoped that for something they had extra time to come up with, that they would have refined this, but, blade was about 4 inches long. Versed in the location of man's vital organs. Let's see. Where's the autopsy report? Enter. Okay. Okay, so between 4 o'clock and 5:30. Loss of blood from chest wound. 4.5-inch knife. Single stab wound was found. So this seems like a weaker connection to me, but this is a 4-inch knife, not a 4.5-inch knife. Well, we are nitpicking, I suppose.
Objection!
No. Let's see. Okay, we already did this. Okay. Load our save again. One more time. How did you know? Like prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime. Methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. Used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim. Filling off a detective that knew too much was nearly an extension of that. What makes you think that's the motive? Nothing more than words. Okay, so I can present evidence when... No, I can't present evidence here. Give a hint? Sure. I have, expended several reasonable objections, but the game does not recognize any of them. Da-da-da. You delivered a lunchbox boyfriend, so you were in the wrong garage. Finally honed detective's intuition. Okay, wait. Send something. Pumpkin chock full of seeds. Contradiction here is very basic. You're thinking too far into it. Okay. Well, they're... Not seeing it so far, aside from the points I've already raised. She did not actually have a... The body does not appear in the photo. I will note that. Edgeworth's car. Knife is also Mr. Edgeworth's. Why did the guard not see anything? That is true as well, but I don't have an... The guard is not in my evidence box. Tell me more about this knife the suspect was carrying. 4 inches long. Let's see. There was a wall in the way, actually. Let's see. Floor plans. Okay, so, yeah, the security room's here. The car was here, so that wall was in the way. Telephone here. Door here. Here's where we found the wallet, suggesting that he was here when something made him drop his wallet. Let's see. There's a door here. Yeah, there's the wall. Only one barrel there, notably. I think. You know, actually, the other one might be behind her. That might be a barrel, and that might be a barrel. Steps for some reason. Give me another hint, Maina. And 5:30, so 4:15 is within that window. Loss of blood from chest wound. Has something to do with very basic facts of her statement. 4.5 inch caused by a knife, single stab wound. Okay. Deliver lunchbox to boyfriend, which you were in the wrong garage for that, to be able to do that. How did she get past the fence? She has not actually indicated that she did get past the fence. The photo is from B Block, based on its perspective. Ah, but wait a minute. She did say she arrested. Wait, so, no, this is just talking about the car. Where's the... Okay. I can't go back to the I arrested her immediately. Hold your knife in her right hand. Press the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. She's not holding the knife in the photo, though. No, that's the layout. Try this. Okay, it stopped playing the music, so... You witnessed this? You saw Miss Skye stab the victim with the knife? As I've already said, yes. I swear it on my finest salmon swirl lunch. I'm sure that is a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. It reminds me of... I don't know the rest of the lyrics of the song. Oh, every time I do it makes me laugh. This is the photograph you took at the very moment of the crime, is it not? And why is Miss Skye not holding a knife? Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection. That had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yet it was still stronger than your ever-feeble mind, Mr. Wright. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken the moment after the stabbing.
Objection!
And how can you tell that? There's blood on the coat. Blood splatter. Huh? See the dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat? But it's a black and white photograph. Ah, yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood. Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. But where did the knife go? No problem, except you. Mr. Wright, are you going to just sit there and take that kind of abuse? Ah, you got a better idea? Objection? Wait, that contradicts the witness in what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies. That's it? If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understood it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Skye was cold, calculating, like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder.
Objection!
Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in that photograph. Well, are those gloves? Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves. Wah! These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Premeditated murder. Serious offense. Witness, add this to your testimony. Murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it. Okay, tell me more. What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves? Like driving gloves? The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves of the kind used for autopsies. Autopsies, you say? In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to do murder. It's the only possible conclusion one can make. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime. Ah! Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Miss Starr. This is bad. She's got them thinking this was all planned. She can prove this claim the trial's already over. Got to think of a way to show that this wasn't premeditated. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. Said that? Okay. Murder was planned, the rubber gloves prove it. But how could she plan to commit a murder in that car 3 minutes before it arrived? Okay. Save scum time. Okay, present the parking stub. No. Let's see. Well, what about the knife? If she pre-planned the murder, why did she use the knife that was in the car?
Objection!
There we go. Witness, do you know what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell lunchboxes for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in the Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. The knife for Kuzco. The knife chosen specially to kill Kuzco. Kuzco's knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk, and therefore wasn't there 3 minutes earlier. Indeed, it is my knife. What's with this case? The bloody murder weapon, a red car, all belonging to the prosecutor there. The defendant is the chief prosecutor for the district, right? Mommy or prosecutors bad people? What? Oh, that's the jury talking. The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, Rookie? In your testimony, you stated that Lana Skye planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing, the murder weapon? Oh. The knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. There goes lunch. Order, order, order. I don't think I want to order any of her lunches. Great, now the tide is turning in our favor. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free. Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. What? I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide has turned. Not over such a trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Bah. The prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. Couldn't care less, Edgeworth. This means you do care, at least a little. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lana Skye, murdered a detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution need prove. Nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now. But you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. Are you trying to frame Edgeworth? If it wasn't, why would she have been wearing... I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really now. Okay. Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. Now, how do you know that? I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. Excuse me. The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. It does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it? So, if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy? In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. Alright, I'm going to go through all of this, but I think I see the problem immediately. Alright. You said that, but you haven't told us how you know. That's what I'm about to tell you, Rookie. I believe what she just said was a mere prelude to the story she's about to tell. Try not to interrupt her again. Rookie? Never interrupt a storyteller. It's like pulling a bun out of the oven half-baked. Something's half-baked here, all right, and it's you. Try not to confuse the defense witness. They're not very quick on their feet. Now, why did you believe the suspect had intentions to murder the victim? Her actions speak for themselves. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. How do you know that she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office? You have no proof that Miss Skye called him there. You have no proof that she didn't? Mr. Edgeworth, thoughts? There is no record of a call made on the defendant, Miss Lana Skye's phone. She might have written him a letter. Come on, you could have tried public phone first, at least. There was a nearby phone, and it was broken. In any case, the victim came to the prosecutor's office where he was murdered. Also, the broken phone was next to the wallet. I'm sure he had a reason to be there. Witness? Why do you think it was the suspect who summoned the victim that day? I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. So much for just telling what you saw. What kind of grudge? Well, I wouldn't know that. Of course you don't. That's because she didn't have a grudge. Rookie. I have a lunchbox here. Now, what's inside? How am I supposed to know? See, we agree there is a lunchbox here, but we don't know what's inside. A person's life is like a lunchbox with pretzels. Don't you agree? I get it. That's why my lunch was so salty. Judge isn't very good with metaphors. The suspect had a grudge against Detective Goodman. Will you tell us your basis for thinking this? It's simple. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. A human machine? That's a contradiction. Please. Can't you find fault with something of substance, Mr. Wright? No, to sell Mr. Edgeworth's sighs smell like citrus fruit. You say again and again. How many times did she stab him exactly? We often say, chop into 1,000 pieces, but we don't actually mean 1,000 pieces. What difference does it make if the deed is done? How come she's getting mad at me? Let's just say she stabbed him several times and leave it at that. Leave it at that? This is a murder case, people. Mr. Wright, you should speak up if you have an objection, you know. Mr. Starr has turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked when we met her. Challenging her abilities as a detective really set her off. Short wick burns out the fastest. It's a scientific fact. I wonder, wouldn't it depend on the size of the candle? I mean, add more wax and even a really short wick will burn longer. Obviously, more scientific testing is required. Okay. Alright. So, excuse me, I have an autopsy report here. You say she stabbed him again and again, but you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise! I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Starr. Hmm? Well, what do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that death was due to a loss of blood from one stab wound. Aha! You're right. Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. What a hunk. He's my hero, really. I brought that up. What about my objection? No one noticed? Well, witness? You got the crime scene set, right? Everything's rice-based. Oh, thanks. I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now I realize that such mistakes are possible. So, you're saying you mistook something for blood? When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Splattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice. And tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify. Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. What the heck is a muffler? A red muffler? Yes, like a scarf. The chief prosecutor always wears one around her neck. So she can easily be hanged at a moment's notice, I suppose. That's right. Okay, that's a black and... Okay, that is red. Skye was wearing a red scarf, wasn't she? Wait. Isn't it odd that you mistook that for splattered blood? Well, people often mistake my beard for a bib. Judge with a bib. That's why this place feels so much like a kindergarten sometimes. Actually, I do think I saw some traces of blood on her chest. I also don't see the scarf. However, the autopsy report is clear on this matter. There was only one knife wound. Apparently, Miss Starr isn't entirely sure of her own testimony. Mr. Wright, this is our chance. Chance for what, I wonder? Miss Starr has turned out to be as short-tempered as she looked when we met her. Okay. Really? Okay. Enter check. Okay, no, she did not have her red scarf. Yep, okay. Some detective.
Objection!
Mina says Moss surprised the favorite lunch of Chris from Deltarune. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you've proved it yourself. With this photograph. Why is Edgeworth getting ahead of me on this? I mean, I imagine that he doesn't want that he doesn't want the chief prosecutor to take the fall for this. Huh? But that can't be. Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Congratulations. Perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Harsh words, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection? Chopped liver? But it was there. A scarf. No, not that, but something red. Really? Well now, where were we? The witness has given us some entertaining interlude, but back to business. Edgeworth, Ace Attorney. There are Ace Attorney games where you play as Edgeworth, I think. What? Very well, witness. Continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that. You were on the other side of a chain-link fence. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. Most important part? Part where your sister stabs the victim. This next testimony might be the moment of truth. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah, yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. You are quite determined about this scarf, aren't you? I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. And have rice on your hat. That's me, Angel Star. That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a kind of snake. Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten. No thanks. Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. Chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. That was on the other side of the partition. An oil drum? Hard to imagine. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you will. Okay, tell me more about the partition. So where is the partition on the floor plans? I'm sure she means this wall next to the car. That's right. There was a wall there, about 6 feet high. So the security office might have been able to see. She was obviously trying to hide herself. What, hide herself in front of the security office? Quite a natural thing for a criminal to do. What did you do then? I quickly caught her and explained her rights to her and arrested her on the spot. You say quickly. Were you close to the suspect? As I just said. I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Maybe I should press her for more details. Yeah, keep pressing. I'd like to see this on the floor plans, just to be safe. The Lunchland car was... She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block, behind the fence. So you witnessed the murder from here? That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes. Is that correct, Miss Starr? Yes, that's right. But there was a chain link fence in front of you? I went over it, of course. Amazing. cough-up queen, lunch lady athlete indeed. I see. It would have taken her a little while to climb over the fence, so she couldn't have gotten my sister that fast. Yeah, that fence was about 9 feet high, too. How did Miss Skye not get away? Well, the emergency exit's locked. She mentioned the muffler. Why would she mention the muffler? She mentioned the muffler? What exactly did she say? If I remembered it exactly, I would have told you in my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler. That could be a car part. Just that one word? So, what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else? Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. But her phone was by the car. But on the other side of the partition was the wall phone. Phone? She can't mean... Ask further. By phone, do you mean this cell phone discovered the crime scene? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately? My memory isn't like a salmon heading upstream, you see. No, the court doesn't see, Miss Starr. The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall. On the wall? That's right. Near the car. There was an emergency phone on the wall. Apparently, it was out of order. I wonder why. So she used her cell phone? Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witness. Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying? You should, of course, add this to your testimony. The things I do is to please this rookie defense attorney. The word muffler was overheard during a call made to Emma at 5:18. And that... yeah, okay. Saw it all, how she tried the phone on the wall, but had to use her cell instead. Do you think you could restate your testimony for the court? Aha! I was going to ask the same thing. I'll only say this one time, so listen close, rookies. The chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. Then she picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. How do you know that? She pulled out her own cell phone out of her own pocket. And during that time, you climbed over the chain link fence. Then, when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this? What is it, Mr. Wright? The chief... futile. She made to escape. Can you be more specific? She brushed aside my hand and ran. It was a terrible sight to see, like a dollop of lard on a pâté of foie gras. She even kicked over an oil drum at me. She was on the wrong side for that. An oil drum. Oil drum. But it's strange. What's that? If she wanted to escape, why didn't she run the other way? The other... the parking lot entrance. That's right. Doesn't make any sense that she would run from behind the partition to the oil drums. Excellent. More mysteries. I wish we could solve a few before finding more, though. So Miss Skye tried to run. Sorry my sister's so suspicious, Mr. Wright. Not as sorry as I am. But she didn't do it. You have to believe me. Okay. Okay. Let's try the phone, which was not in a place where it makes sense to have been if it was knocked out of her hand while she was by the payphone.
Objection!
No. Hmm. Oh, well, that's the wrong save game. Okay. Stab the victim ran behind the partition. Picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. Pulled her own cell phone out of her pocket. During that time, climbed over the chain link fence. Boldly grabbed her arm. Hung up her phone. You saw her doing this? Well, let's see. She tried to use the phone on the wall. Okay, let's try the map. Okay, present the map.
Objection!
There we go. Miss Starr, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Skye.
Objection!
The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Come on, Edgeworth. Well, who would have thought you would be in my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Well, Miss Starr, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly have seen Miss Skye making that phone call. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it. What? Order, order. What is the meaning of this? It is simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch, she's coughing up lies. Grr. That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me a question? Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about, let's see, where she saw it. So, if she saw it, she can't have been on B block. On the B block side. Miss Skye tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Starr to lie about it. Pointless to lie. C. Let's say the witness did actually see Miss Skye using the emergency phone. It would mean Miss Starr witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I ever heard one. Objection. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? All the testimony we've heard up until now points in one direction. The place where Miss Starr witnessed the crime was here. Probably the security room. This is the only place where she could have been. Security guard room? Indeed, the security room is in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor, so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There's so many other places she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime in the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony you said, You brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Starr? How many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could be turned. Today a man has got the better of Angel Starr. Order! Order! Witness! What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished. I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. Guilty. Is she talking about Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Starr lie? It doesn't make sense. Huh? She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything, except it would make it impossible for her to have snapped the photo at that time. Exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. That truth still stands.
Objection!
It still stands? I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If the witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. So tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? Who else? Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. Mr. Starr witnessed the crime from the security guard station. But she lied and said she saw it from B Block. It must make a vital difference. But what? What would change? Angle to view the crime. Why, the angle at which she saw the crime occur would change. The angle? What do you mean? Well, the security guard station is on the second floor, and, she would have had a sort of more 3D view of the crime. And this is important. Why? Because of the photo? The photo? The photo? Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. It's the crime at the security guard station. Lied and said she saw it from B Block. Well, it is the distance to the crime. Yes, difference in lighting doesn't make sense, but the angle contradicts the photo. It changed the distance between her and the scene of the crime.
Objection!
My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plans and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could see.
Objection!
What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Skye? Well, witness? You... Yes? You ordered the squid wheels, right? The quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. I was bringing a PB&J lunch with a fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend. Boysenberry for the boyfriend. He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. That door was locked, and before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it. That's why I had to go through the visitors' parking in B Block. That's quite a detour. It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. But for 5 minutes? This changes things considerably. But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork. I have a point, and the spork is a wonderful invention. Would you like another caviar lunch? Absolutely. Uh-oh. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Do I have any evidence to stop this? Well, if she was fleeing and it took you 5 minutes, what was she doing by the car?
Objection!
5 minutes between the witnessing of the murder and the arrest. Think about it. You can make pasta in that amount of time. If you like it al dente. I've got lunchboxes that tie pasta in knots, rookie. 5-minute blank. Isn't that strange? Strange. If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill anyone. But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run. But this time was different. Miss Skye dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Yarg! Well then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, is the next witness ready to go? Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness account on her professional history. This witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright. But that was too close. I'm afraid that the cough-up queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned. Hold it. Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? That's the one she tried to foist off on me. I prefer not to take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence. What was that? Is this another one of her tricked lunch boxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Starr. Is this your jumbo lunchbox? Woo-hoo! A triple-decker. Out of deference to the witness's determination, I'll allow one more testimony. Let's hear about this decisive evidence. Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. What's she going to pull out of her lunchboxes this time? I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, for the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? Mana says, is it weird that I would genuinely eat most of these lunches? I mean, technically they're edible, I suppose. Especially if you're in Japan. 2 types of blood were found on this shoe. One was, of course, the victim's. And the other blood type matched that of defendant, Islana Skye. And how do you know that? This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. What? There was blood found on that shoe? Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs. Most of them are just standard rice bento things. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these are bento boxes. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence? Simple. As I've already said, I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. And you had blood tests performed? Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics. In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence. What? You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright? Seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective, as I mentioned previously. This shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Is that right, Mr. Wright? Seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen. You could at least study some evidence law, really. Prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, It appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness. Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged. Okay, victim's shoe added to the court record. Very well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. All right, let's take a look at the shoe. Ugh. Blood from Goodman and Lana Skye. This blood, it's my sister's, right? It appears so. Lana's right hand was bandaged when I saw her in jail. She must have cut herself at the time of the crime. Poor sis. Okay, and then... Ah, there's blood here too! On the sole of the shoe? It's got to be the victim's. He must have stepped in a puddle of his own blood. All this blood, it's horrible. This blood might be an important clue. I mean, this means that this is from after the stabbing. Otherwise, you'd get blood on your shoe, right? Okay. Why did you lie about those 5 minutes? I guess you could say I just wanted people to look at the results. The results? How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my very own eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blank means nothing. And why didn't you just tell the truth? Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile, known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book. This when the suspect is admitting she did it. But false testimony is the most despicable crime of all, Miss Starr. Let's just get this over with. And now to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? And you found this shoe at the scene of the crime? I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive. So, like an ill-trained pooch, you snuck off with a shoe. I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. The shoe was my secret weapon if that should happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunch boxes, gentlemen. I'm happy for you and your lunch bag, really. Lunchbox bag, really. In any case, you removed valuable evidence from the scene of the crime. Now tell us what you did next. 2 types of blood were found on the shoe. One was, of course, the victim's. So you brought it to the forensics department. If you're going to submit something as evidence in court, you need it approved. To do that, evidence must be analyzed by a forensics expert. She got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective. That shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it. Well, the man was stabbed after all. And that blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman? As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. And the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. You can't say for sure that the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test. You claim to know something about blood tests, rookie? I know something about blood tests, and no, they're not that specific. Huh. Well, speak up. Well, blood comes in 4 types, A, B, O, and AB. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether a murder was committed in cold blood. That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright. Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types with all the blood tests out there. It means that we can more or less narrow any sample of blood down to just one person. Not exactly. It's not, there's still uncertainty. Or so I hear. That's pretty specific. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. But they said there's very little doubt it could be anyone's but Miss Lana Skye's. So the suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe. That ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman. I was afraid he was going to say that. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. Can't let this evidence go through without a fight. You order the peppered fish guts, right? Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some like your client. She is in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with this shoe? Problem? This is critical. Is there a problem with the victim's shoe? There is a problem. If I'm not imagining things, I'd say there is one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction. That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie. I'd give you a peppered fish gut now. But you couldn't take the heat, could you? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Second... Quiet, phone. Show us the problem with the evidence. With this evidence. Okay. So, right here. I wonder if you noticed. There's blood on the bottom of this shoe. Don't mess with me, rookie. Or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Indeed, there is quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about the blood on the bottom of his shoe? Let's see. No prints there. I mean, how are you gonna... No, well, I suppose theoretically you could stab someone and not get blood on the shoe. Wait a minute, those shoes are black. Present this. The problem lies in the footprint. The footprint? Not that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why weren't any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? Aha! As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. I don't think they place the dialogue boxes very effectively here. That contradicts your claim about this shoe. The picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. More to the point, the shoes are a different color. Order, order, order. Well, witness? What? Huh? Great going, Mr. Wright, but it's true that the lack of a footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. Oh, that's true, because there has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Think, Mr. Wright, think! Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. What? I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped, or slippered. There is one vital truth in her testimony. Well, what are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr. I thought that was a strange thing for a normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, that, I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory. Witness, well, was the oil drum empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Water? What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright? Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason? Aha! You don't mean... Yes, the suspect knocked over that oil drum for one reason and one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that would become evidence against her. She didn't do a very good job. Wah! That ties things up quite nicely. Bloodstains left on the victim's shoes tie her quite clearly to this murder. Then, after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence. That reminds me, Miss Skye's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she'd cut herself when she stabbed him? So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe? Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. Mr. Wright, do something, please. What? What can I do? Your sister has confessed the crime and she tried to conceal it. But... Enough. There is no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor? Very well. But Angel Star is on the prosecution's side. She could have been lying about the water. This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. Now what? Little girl, what did you just say? Huh? Me? Did you just say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution's side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Well, I thought you'd had your fill, but here you are, demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. A lunchbox called evidence. Well, wait, witness, don't tell me you have something else. The time for deliberations is past. Any further comments and you will be held in contempt of court. Your threats don't scare the cough-up queen. Look at this. A photograph. A photograph? I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. See no room for error in this evidence. But wait a minute. Why would he have stepped in his own blood? Mr. Wright, wait. Look at the asphalt in this photo. Hey, it's clearly wet. Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. I'm sorry, Mia. Yep, is it time for a medium? Right. Wet or not, don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Get yourself up off the asphalt, take another good look. Don't give up. Not until the bitter end. It's the last piece of evidence. Very well. This time I'd like to declare a verdict for good.
Objection!
Your Honor, wait. What is it with you people? Can't I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait? No, it can't. Then it will be too late. Okay, let me review the photo. Didn't I... Oh, I guess that was not actually a photo. Or at least not something I can call on. Anyway, there's still the matter of the blood that's on the bottom of his shoe. If he was dead, how did he step in his blood? No, it can't. Then it will be too late. Look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. The last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. So, Wright, are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah. Think later. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this. I suppose, since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show the court the problem with this photograph. All right. Interesting. So, one stab wound. In there. In the muffler? Yes, there is something in the muffler, which is what she was mentioning. I could point that out. Sure, my logic that how would he step in his own blood? Like, my logic has not been doing well, so... The problem in this photograph is here. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, you just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf in any kind in this photograph. A muffler is also a part of a car or a motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system, a pipe. I see. What's that suspicious-looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler? So what if there's something sticking out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to this case. What piece of evidence would be relevant? There's the phone that, like, her testimony said that the defendant mentioned a muffler. Your phone? Could try that, yeah. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court. Ah, yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Muffler. Ah! Yeah! Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. Oh. Whoa! Well, it seems we will have to suspend the proceedings. Suspend? I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. We leave any question unanswered. Here we do a disservice to the law. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once. Bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all the evidence. Agreed? I suppose so. Phew. That was close. But we made it. At least for now. This court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime, after all. He's still hungry? To be continued. Alright. Yes. I hate save slots. Alright, 11:56 a.m. Defendant lobby number 2. Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Are trials always like this with you? Like you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface? But no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there? Pretty much. Except today we're swimming in quicksand. So, what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So, this is where we turn this trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Hola, partner. Hola? Really? They say you show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngin', at least. Officer Marshall. Thought I'd come take a look-see at how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. That's hard to slip out, huh? What's going on over there, anyway? All the police I've seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Now don't that just beat all. I've seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day, too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? At the awards ceremony that afternoon. Edgeworth seen it, too, I reckon. What does that mean? In the photograph taken of the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So, Miss Starr wasn't mistaken? Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab a bull by the horns. And sometimes you just gotta let that bull go where it will. Time will tell. Ugh, I have a bad feeling about this. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Ooh-wee! Okay. District Courtroom number 9. I'd like to resume. So, the judge keeps looking over the prosecution. Something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What's more, your eyes are unfocused, you're doubled over, your back is bent. It can't be. This can't happen. I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Well then, I believe it is time we continued on with this trial. During our recess, I had requested that the prosecution conduct an investigation. This is unacceptable. Seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Excuse me? Knock, knock? Oh, is this, the police officer? Who's there? Oh, no, this is someone entirely different. This appears to be, a priest. What's with this guy? A strange, stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he? Ah, it's you. Oh wait, you have the police officer's, badge on your tie. Oh! Sorry I'm late, Udgy. The roads were packed. It's just me. Long time no see, eh, Udgy? How you been? Swim much these days? Hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy schmizzy, Udgy. Udgy, my boy, you have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. Udgy seems to be his nickname for the judge. Afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? Aha, so you're Wright-o, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son. Thanks? So sorry about our little worthy giving you all that trouble, huh? Trouble, eh? Edgeworth. You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly. Little Worthy? Mr. Wright, you don't know the district chief of police? Chief of police? He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. Why do your eyes have so many circles? Name's Grant. Damon Grant. So, the temperature in the room rose several degrees when Damon entered, huh? Pleased to meet you, everyone. So, to what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? There's that. 2 years again. Well, it's Worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Starr wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Skye really was wearing that muffler. But to think it was stuffed into that exhaust pipe. Stop fidgeting with your stupid hair. On Little Worthy's car, no less. Is that the sheath for the knife? It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. Well, what's this? It's what you call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth, how could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now wait a minute, Worthy. I've no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document, where it says, Person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature, is there? Miles Edgeworth? That's not fair! On the day of the crime, I had... Your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. Yeah, I have been suspicious that this is somehow aimed at Miles. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. The court accepts this new evidence. But I'd like to ask the defense a favor first. Yes? Just to be sure, I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife. The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not. Could you open it up for me, I wonder? Yes, well, I think all you have to do is push that switch end. If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I won't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point it at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. Well, would this perhaps explain Lana's injury? There's a small tag on the knife. It seems to say SL92. What does that mean? Well, I've heard something similar. DL6 of the DL6 incident fame. That's strange. Huh? What is? I'm not certain. I get the feeling I've seen this somewhere before. Letters like this, or letters that looked a lot like this somehow. SL9 does seem familiar. Anything else? No. Okay. Wah! Don't scare me like that. Interesting. That looks like the blade was broken. Paper in my record. I'm the one who's scared. Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. And this dark red stain. Blood? Switchblade knife. Found wrapped in the defendant's muffler. Okay, small tag attached. This does not excuse the actions of the police department. Okay. Small paper. 675 and 12.2. Yeah, it does look like old blood, doesn't it? I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the police, and this knife? Sure thing, not a problem, even a little one, really. Hold on, do I have access to that last photo? No, I don't. Drat. Department in disorder. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department, see. What a mess. The time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. There was a murder at the police department? A detective? That's hush-hush information, Udgy. We haven't exactly announced it yet.
Objection!
Well, wait a second. You said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. It is a double murder. Order! Anyway, we at the department we're all flustered, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top-secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department's situation. Well, Mr. Wright, 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. Chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand. Special, but I can't say how here. Excuse me, special? Hard to come by this particular knife anywhere else. Might that special thing be this little tag? Oh, sorry, Righto, but I can't say that now. Not that. We've established that the knife in Goodman's chest was this knife. Now, why was there another knife at the scene of the crime? That's quite a mystery. It was a piece of evidence from a previous crime. And like a mystery, it's wrapped in something. A muffler. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. This knife was found on the scene of your crime. Our crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you? See, there's a lot of things that go on in the department that I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Righto. Maybe there's something about the knife that will give us a clue. Let's examine that knife while we can, Righto. Evidence that links the knife to Detective Goodman. I think perhaps the pieces are falling into place. I should try presenting the piece of evidence that's had me stumped all this time. So, how were things down in the department? That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do any investigation. Something happened in the police department too, huh? You got a good look in your eyes there, Righto, my boy. Sharp, hungry. So, something did happen. And why wasn't I informed? Why weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask? No matter, I understand. You were busy, what with Lana's case and all. Well, what happened? What happened in the police department that day? A detective was killed at the police department, see. What a mess. On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Udgy? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Just arrested? That was quick. Would that be Gumshoe by any chance? But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto. I suppose I could help if you help me by giving me data on your case. Ooh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. We know where the victim was killed in the police station. We know when the victim died at 4:15 or 5:15, one of them. We don't know how the victim was killed. Well, how was the detective killed? How was he killed? Now that's the interesting part. He was what we were in the force call a stabbing with a knife. A knife? That's exactly the same as Detective Goodman. That's the spirit we're cooking now. But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same. Well, what do you mean? There were more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death. Seems like I'm going to have to press this a bit harder. Time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? 5:15? But that's when Detective Goodman was killed in the prosecutor's office. What? Funny, isn't it? A murder at the prosecutor's place and a murder at our place at the very same time. What are the chances? Coincidence? This is just my gut feeling, but I'd say there's a 0.01% chance of that happening. Chief Gant, please tell us more about the incident. It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. How can you say there's no connection? How? Because I'm the chief of police. I can't just say anything I please, Righto. You understand. Try to understand, Righto. Well, if you can prove there is a connection, more power to you. Maybe there is something that ties the two murders together. Whatever it is, I'd better find it to get to the bottom of this. Two detectives were killed at 5:15. One at the prosecutor's office, one at the police department. That can't be a coincidence. And that knife. What was it doing there? Better check this knife out. Okay, the tag. So, that means it's a piece of evidence. Right? Yeah. It's a small tag on the knife. SL92. Maybe it's a case number? That's weird. What? I don't remember where, but I think I've seen something like this before. Something similar to what's written on this tag. It wasn't that long ago either. Maybe I should check the court record again. Let's see. Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here. Looks like the names of all the previous recipients. On Karma. Let's see. Let's see. SL9 does definitely sound like a court case. Name and ID number. So this is three-dimensional. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and save. Okay. Let's try the tag on the knife. Here. Oh, wait, no, that's just examine. Present.
Objection!
This evidence clearly reveals the contradiction in that statement. Okay. Not a contradiction, but a connection. Say there's no connection. Chief of Police, can't just say anything. Prove there's a connection, more power to you. Maybe there's something that ties the two mirrors together. So this knife was presumably smuggled out of the police station, which is where Edgeworth was. Hello, Nesquik. Imagine I'm thoroughly entertained by how inaccurate these court cases are. Mostly I'm frustrated by how hard it is to make the logical argument by just highlighting different pieces of evidence rather than just using my words. So probably the knife was at the police station, got stuffed into Edgeworth's car muffler, and thus made its way here. Might that special thing be this little tag? Oh, sorry, Righto, but I can't say that now. Not that. We've established that the knife in Goodman's chest was this knife. Now, why was there another knife at the scene of the crime? Okay. Try the tag.
Objection!
Present? No. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna reload before I started making the guesses as what the game wants from me. I'm in the guess the verb stage at the moment. Between the knife and Goodman. SL9-2. Wait. This says SL9. It's upside down.
Objection!
Wait a second. Ah, at last, an honest goodness objection. This knife, this has to have something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Aha! An honest to goodness, what do you mean from Udgy? This is great. Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL9-2. And this is important. Why? Over here, we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. What's this? 6 minus 7s, 12 over 2? Your Honor, it's upside down. The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around, and what do you get? Aha! Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same thing that's written on the knife's tag. Order! Order! Well, Chief? Well, I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, Righto. I win? Game is this guy playing? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. Okay, tell me more. So this knife was stolen? Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say? Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice, nice, nice. Good show, Little Worthy. It was a murder weapon, as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. This knife was stolen on the day of the murder, and it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection there. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. Detective was killed in the police department. What a mess. Okay. Tell me more about this. On the same day, another detective was killed at the police department. That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Udgy? I'm at a loss for words. Perpetrator, you have a suspect. He was a suspect, just arrested him. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto. All right. So, tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found. But I can say the crime took place in the evidence room of the police department. Okay. The evidence room? Wait a second. I've heard of that. The evidence room? Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? The knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. There's the connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. Okay. Press? Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. You don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the evidence on the knife's evidence tag. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. Making us wait again, huh? You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here. Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. Can we get the information unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What? Really? Who would have guessed? I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay? If you're going to tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh, well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him. Let's see. Victim's division, victim's gender. Okay, well, what division was the victim stationed in? Oh, you want to know that, do you? Do you? Ha-ha! Criminal Affairs, Division 1. The detectives responsible for homicide cases. Homicide. That would be the same division as Detective Gumshoe. Detective Goodman, who was killed in the underground parking lot, was homicide too. Almost like a serial killer was after homicide detectives. Except the serial killing happened simultaneously, scientifically speaking. Well, I sure hope Detective Gumshoe isn't next on the list. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15. One at the prosecutor's office, and one at the police department. Can't be a coincidence. And that knife. What was it doing there? Better check this knife out. So, let's see. I can ask more information about the victim. ID number. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name, after all. We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. Number is 5842189. Hold on a second. That's Goodman's ID number. We've never actually seen the victim's face, have we? Well, that's quite long. And we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 8, 2... I can't do it. I didn't even get the first number right. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? ID number of the victim of the police department. 8... Yes, this tells me something. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think. Meaning? It has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean? Was Goodman killed twice? You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something? What does it tell you? Witness. What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, it's just... I got confused. And this is news? Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing, like you always do. The police department, the prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh, is it yours? No, Your Honor. I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189. And this means what exactly? Huh? Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82... I've forgotten. You didn't even get the first number right. Again. The number the chief of police gave us was 5842189. Wait a second, Wright. What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The two ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Oh, ho, ho, ho. Sharp as a tack, Righto. Sharp as a tack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yet a Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department. In the evidence room at the exact same time. Great. It's a double homicide, but it's also a single homicide. The same guy was killed twice at the same time. That's impossible. So what we're saying is the same person was killed at the same time and in a completely different location? Quantum side, yes. Order, order, order. Chief, what does this mean? No, what I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case. Maina says, and this is why this case is longer than the rest? Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said, wait. Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error, Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How dare... We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news. Yes, yeah. Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait, ha! Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premise? Okay, and your hand is bandaged. I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. You don't mean him? According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me. He said the report had nothing to do with the Skye incident. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on top of the report. Gah! Well, why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. In any case, there's a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But, sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then I... Yes? No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy. What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law, Well, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, well, it's, Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. Connection was just proven by Mr. Wright over here. Good job, Righto, my boy. Huh? I was just doing my job. No. No! It seems we have come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy, what with all those rumors. You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened. If it's the last thing I do, you'd better get results this time, really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. Try every case. I will grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well. Court is adjourned. To be continued. Okay, yes, save progress. Yeah. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police station's evidence room. And what's this? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're going to find out, or try to at least. All right, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? Right. I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in the evidence. It was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. That oil drum, was it empty? The oil drum, kicked over by the chief prosecutor, was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence at the crime scene? Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water on that oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, that is, luminol testing fluid. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. Testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? Test for a blood reaction to spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press enter to spray it on. Okay, let's find us some blood stains. Well, this is, a new mechanic. But we've just crossed over to 4 hours, so we're gonna pick this up next time. Yeah. See if we can solve this crime of superposition. But for now, let's talk schedule. Sunday at 4 p.m. Mountain Time, Shifty and I will be playing more Total War, Warhammer 3. I'm finally sort of in sight of Shifty's territory and coming to aid him. I suspect that he is very shortly going to be at war with Grimgor the Orc. But I'm just one empire away, so maybe I can actually help this time. And then Friday, 1 week from now, at 7-ish p.m. Mountain Time, more of this. This very strange murder. I think that's all the announcements. So, we will wrap up there. Thank you all very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye!